Excuse me. Good morning, Judge King.
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing great, sir. Just got one.
What's that you have?
Yeah, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
Kevin Pollard should be zooming in from the 6th floor,
All right.
as well as what's his name, Kasheen Nelson. He'll be zooming in from the 6th floor as well.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, sir.
Judge, I'm here with Mr. Fedorak and on Nelson, and we could waive his presence if the court doesn't object.
Hang on. Okay, we are ready on Nelson.
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready on Nelson.
Yes.
Case number 2206-04-700, Michigan versus Kershawn Nelson. Defendant is charged in count 1, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Count 2, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing serious injury. Count 3, moving violation, causing death. Count 4, moving violation, causing serious impairment of body function. Defendant has a felony conviction with a willful adult advisor and a habitual offender, second sentencing offense.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedorak for the people, P76177.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Simon, P355996 for Mr. Nelson. If Mr. Nelson is in the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff, and I can waive his presence for the purpose of this proceeding.
Okay, I have the Wayne County Jail here. Oh, okay. My understanding is that Mr. Nelson had somewhat of a meltdown, and they will not be bringing him before the camera.
That's correct, Your Honor. We were on Monday at a bond review hearing before Chief Judge McConaughey, and he refused to appear at that time. Or I strike that. I don't think it was a refusal. I think it was more of a confrontation with the sheriffs. At any rate, Judge McConnell did proceed in his absence, and the only change in Your Honor's habeas bond was that he allowed Mr. Nelson to go to work and set a curfew of 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. The $50,000 surety has been posted, and he's, I guess, at this time waiting to be tethered.
Morning.
Your Honor, more to the point of today, certainly Mr. Well, let me start by saying that from the time I began representing Mr. Nelson, he asked a lot of the same questions repeatedly, in fact, several days in a row, and I didn't really think much of it. But as we approached the hearing date, the 25th for the preliminary exam, his behavior became increasingly erratic. And with that action on Monday before Judge McConaughey's hearing, and Mr. Fedorak mentioned at the examination date that the co-defendant had suffered some traumatic brain injury, and that Mr. Nelson had also been very seriously injured. I'm thinking that perhaps there may be grounds for a competency evaluation.
All right, the court will refer the defendant for a competency evaluation. We'll set a review date, May 2nd, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will notify Mr. Nelson and make sure that he has transportation to the forensic center.
I apologize, Your Honor. What was the date again?
May 2nd.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Manarino.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. You are here on Smith, Dante Smith.
Right, and Miss Lindsay is with us also?
I'm here, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Lindsay.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm still hanging in here.
All right, we're ready on Smith.
Calling case number 2205-940501, people of St. Michigan versus Dante Smith. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to murder, count 2, animals killing, torture, number 3, counts 3 and 4, weapons held with firearm. Defendant also has case number 2205-940601. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, count 2, weapons held with firearm. Defendant also has case number 2205-940701. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, count 2, weapons held with firearm. Defendant also has case number 2205-940801. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, count 2, weapons held with firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Lindsay on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan, P number 39570.
And good morning, Maria Manarino, P39531. On behalf of Mr. Smith, for purposes of this proceeding, we'd ask the court to waive his presence.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. Do we have a report back from the forensic center?
Yes, we do have an updated report dated January 23.
All right. Has there been any change in this condition?
No,
No, Your Honor.
Yeah.
They indicate that he's still not competent to stand trial, but they also indicate they believe they can bring him to competency in the statutory period. So I guess we'll just get another date.
All right. How's May 2nd at 8:30?
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
Ms. Manarino?
That should be fine, but Miss Lindsay, is that still within the statutory time?
I would have to double check that. Judge, maybe we can have a date 30 days out and we can see where we are.
Sure, I can do that too. I can do a little bit better than 30 days, so I won't be back here. How about March 12th at 8:30?
That looks good to me, Your Honor.
Ms. Manarino?
Yeah, that should work.
Okay, March 12th at 8:30. You can take it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody be safe.
Thank you, you too. Mr. Villarosa?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You're here on Pucket.
That's correct.
Okay, we're ready on Pucket.
Calling case number 405-543-201. People of the state of Michigan versus Jeremy Pucket. Defendant is charged in count 1, domestic violence, third offense.
Appearances for the record, please.
Yes,
Good morning, Your
Joseph
Honor. Shelley Drink
Villarosa.
for the people, P number 60249.
Joseph Villarosa, P 56461, appearing on behalf of and via Zoom with the presence of client Jeremy Pucket.
Mr. Puckett, unmute yourself, connect your audio and your video. Mr. Puckett, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Jeremy, Jermey, Allen Pucket.
And what's your pleasure, Mr. Villarosa?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What's your pleasure, sir?
This is the date and time set for understanding probable cause hearing. We were just retained 2 days ago, submitted our appearance. We requested discovery and actually spoke or sent an email to the appointed counsel that made an appearance at the arraignment so that we could get the copy of the file. As of this moment, we don't have any of the file records at this time.
And I can send you the paper and digital discovery for this case. Actually don't have the digital yet. I've requested it. As soon as I get it, I will send it to you, but I'll send you the paper today.
Will you be demanding a preliminary examination, sir?
Yes, please. Yes.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is February 9th at 9 o'clock?
February 9. Will that be enough time, perhaps, to receive all the necessary documents from discovery?
I think so. Ms. Ferry is pretty good at that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get it to you.
Okay. February 9 at what time?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Very good.
Okay, fine, will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Jeremy, you can sign off.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Slaughter.
And good morning, Judge.
You're here on Pruitt.
I am, Judge. Is there a co-counsel or a co-defendant and counsel as well?
Yes. Yes, there's a co-defendant. We're waiting on counsel to arrive.
Well, I was wondering if I can log out then, try to attend to another matter or two, and I would ask.
Sure, go ahead. I'll be here when you get back.
Pardon, Judge?
I said, sure, go ahead. I'll be here when you get back.
Okay.
Ms. James, are you there? James, are you teasing me again? Ms. James?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You're here on Pollard?
I am.
Okay, we're ready. Who's my APA for Pollard? Do I have an APA here for Pollard? Doesn't look like it.
Judge, I wasn't told who the APA was.
I would be happy to study it. ECC.
Would you have their calendar?
Oh, here we go.
You have a way of reaching her?
I will reach out to us.
Okay. Looks like it's Ms. Moses, Ms. James. You're reaching out to her or not?
I'm sorry, Judge, you said it's who?
Ms. Moses.
Judge, I just spoke with Ms. Moses. She's not available to Zoom in right now, so I can stand in.
Okay. Guess we're ready on Pollard.
Calling case number 2405-538-101, Michigan versus Kenneth. Defendant's charged with count 1, sexual conduct, second degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249. I'm standing in for the Attorney of Record, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Erica Moses.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nicole James, appearing on behalf of Mr. Pollard. My P number is 58961.
All right. What's your pleasure, counsel? Oh, Mr. Pollard, unmute yourself and tell us your name, sir. Mr. Pollard. Have them unmute you so you can tell us your name. Tell me your name, sir.
I exercise my right to remain silent.
You don't want to tell us your name?
I'm the beneficiary.
Beneficiary of what?
Of the trust that we are now here to administrate.
Okay, that's fine. Can you tell me your name?
Excuse me?
Can you tell me your name?
The beneficiary of the trust, Your Honor. I'm not
beneficiary of trust.
I'm not coming here as the name. I'm summoned as the state trust. It'll be a contradiction.
I'm looking for Kevin Pollard. If he's not here, I will capious him.
Your Honor, you are appearing as Kevin Pollard today.
No, I'm not. My name is Kenneth King.
No, Your Honor, you are the trustee of the administrator, the trust that we are now here to administrate. It is a
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. I'm just looking for Kevin Pollard. If you're not him, then I'll issue an arrest warrant for Kevin Pollard because he's supposed to be here.
Under trust law, it's a contradiction for one to be the beneficiary and the trustee, Your Honor.
All right, you're talking a different language to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ms. James, how would you like to proceed?
Judge, originally I was gonna ask it to be set for a preliminary examination, but it sounds like it may be a competency issue. So Judge, what I'm gonna ask the court to do, I have an appointment to meet with Mr. Pollard this afternoon. I'm gonna ask the court if you would, we can set an exam date, but we could also set Monday as a review date.
Okay, why don't we just do that before we set an exam date?
Okay.
The court will adjourn the probable cause conference. If you're able to find Mr. Pollard, we'll adjourn the probable cause conference to February 5th at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Find Mr. Pollard, and I will issue a case for his arrest. Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you. Have a good one, everyone.
Judge.
We expect you to turn it back. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up? Talking to me?
I can't cuss. This is our new cussing.
Oh,
See there?
I had to come where it's safe. That, y'all,
You know what? I am not.
y'all program crazy.
We haven't been so day today.
I see.
You know what? I'm not even wrong with you. I said, I thought you were on with.
Yeah, I think I brought some back here too.
Oh. Good. saying. It's interesting to say the least.
I got cursed out, I had a defendant want to represent himself.
And was sweating bullets. He was sweating. Did you see that good thing? Okay, when he first came in, he was driving.
You really didn't do half bad.
I'm with you. But when he hit right there to this left turn right here, he started sweating bullets. I thought he was going to get a fast time. Good morning, Ms. Castor.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good. You're here on Epps.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not sure I have an APA here for Epps. You know who the APA is?
Yes, it's actually Mark Federak, and he's actually here with me in the witness room. He's logging on shortly.
Okay.
Your Honor, do we know if the jail has Mr. Epps?
I believe so.
Okay.
Wayne County Jail. Sir, do you have a Mr. Epps for me?
My name is Oliver Williams.
Kellen Epps.
No, sir. What's the first name for Mr. Epps?
Kelan. Kellen Jacoby Epps.
Let me see if we still got him in custody, Your Honor.
Ms. Castor, you want to wait on him or wait his presence?
Judge, it is a competency hearing. I do plan on getting an independent. I can waive his appearance for today's court hearing purposes.
Okay. Let's call it.
Only case number 2305-996001. People of the state of Michigan versus people Epps. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated, count 2, weapons stolen by a gun.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people, P76177.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Casto from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. Kelan Epps, P number 80549. Your Honor, Mr. Epps is in custody. I don't see him on Zoom. Asking the court's permission to waive his presence for today's court hearing purposes.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. This matter is scheduled for today for a competency hearing. We have a competency report indicating that the defendant is competent to stand trial. Ms. Castor.
Yes, Your Honor, and I've had an opportunity to read through that report. There are numerous instances in the report where I have a concern in regards to this examiner's findings, and I can go through with that with Your Honor if you'd like me to do so. But specifically on page 3 of 12, it's indicated that Mr. Epps was housed in the mental health unit in the jail. On page 5 of 12, it indicates that Mr. Epps was experiencing hearing voices. On same page 5 of 12, it is documented reports to the nurse at the jail that he's experiencing auditory hallucinations. 6 of 12 indicates that he was put on a suicide watch back on December 22nd of 2023. And Judge, just throughout the report, there are real concerns in regards to his competency. I am in contact with an independent doctor who would be conducting an evaluation if Your Honor would allow us to do so. But I'm just not comfortable at this point proceeding forward without getting an independent.
Ms. Castell, have you talked to your client or interviewed him and
I have.
his defense?
I'm sorry, Judge.
I said, were you able to talk to him and see if he's able to assist you in his defense?
Your Honor, yes, and that's another concern. I have met with Mr. Epps and spoken with him on numerous occasions. The responses that I am getting back from Mr. Epps are very limited, and so there's some.
The last time you spoke with him?
I can look at my notes, Judge, but it was after the independent evaluation was done. Let me see.
I thought you were requesting an independent evaluation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. My apologies. After the Center for Forensics evaluation was done. And I spoke with him back on January 19th of 2024, Your Honor. There are long pauses in my communications with Mr. Epps. A lot of times there's no eye contact. He's having a lot of difficulty in communicating with me. So I did not see a lot of change from the first time that I referred Mr. Epps up until the point that he was evaluated by the doctor. There were no changes.
You said you're in contact with an independent doctor?
Yes, Your Honor, and I can give the court his name. I've spoken with him. And let me see if I can just get you his name, Judge. It's Dr. King.
That's a hard name to remember.
It's Colin King. Dr. Colin King.
And how long does Dr. King want to take in
getting
us?
Yes, Your Honor, I did ask him about that. And he, as soon as we get the approval, which we should not have an issue with the getting, he would meet with Mr. Epps. And then within 30 days, hopefully less than that, we would get a report. The same week as we get the approval, he would meet with Mr. Epps, and then in about 30 days, we should get a report.
Okay. Court will refer the defendant for an independent evaluation. We'll set a review date for March.
Your Honor, did the court want to hear from the people on this? I did have concerns about whether there was good cause.
Go ahead.
And just to make a record, so Dr. Alexandra Adu, I believe is how you say her name, she was the psychologist who conducted the examination. I was able to review the report. It appears that all the concerns that Ms. Castell raised in asking for an independent exam were all addressed by the report by the psychologist. And I think, for instance, the fact that the defendant was put on a suicide watch, he was acknowledging his expressed intent to commit suicide was based on him understanding the fact that he had killed his brother. And it was reviewed with him. He understood the charges. He understands why he's charged. When it was explained to him what the maximum penalties were, he understood that. He understood procedurally what was going on. And so I would submit that the fact that the psychologist is able to communicate these things to the defense I don't think that Ms. Castow has made sufficient, I guess, argument that she's having some kind of a difficulty that the defendant cannot assist in his defense. So the people are opposed to it. I don't believe that good cause has been shown.
Your Honor, if I just may briefly respond to that.
Okay.
Judge, in the notes, the language that is used is, I have no choice, I have to kill myself. And at that point, Judge, having him be experiencing command hallucinations, that could be the reason why he's stating that he has no choice. That is a real concern that I have. And it's in the report that he's saying, I have to kill myself. And in the report, it also states that he's experiencing command hallucinations. So to me, that's a concern that doesn't really go to the allegations in this case and how he's feeling in regards to the allegations in this case.
So much of what you've indicated, Ms. Castow, to me, sounded like it went more so towards criminal responsibility or potentially criminal responsibility as opposed to competence. That was until you told me about your interaction with him and him being unable to communicate with you and or assist you. So that's the court's primary concern. That is a concern of yours. Then perhaps we do need an independent. So over the people's objection, I'm going to confirm for the evaluation set for due date for March 12th at 8:30.
I really do appreciate that, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Have a good day.
Judge, that's attorney Sean Dow. That's on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Somebody emergency motion.
Mr. Godwin. How you doing, Mr. Godwin?
Good morning, Judge.
I think I need your autograph, don't I?
No, not mine. Thanks, but I'll give it to you if you want it.
What brings you here today?
Well, I have a client, Talana Davis, who has a PCC on Tuesday, And she has a bond condition that does not allow her to return to her home. The complaining witness is her next door neighbor. I wasn't there for the arraignment. I don't know why they put that in there, but I've been talking to Ms. Drain about possibly seeing if the court will modify that. And I sent a motion that
Are you on board with that, Ms. Drain?
Yes, Your Honor. I would just want the court to reiterate no contact at all because with the complainants because they still are going to be around the same area. So it can't say like, oh, don't go to the same area because they live right by each other.
All right, Mr. Fallon, send me a proposed order emphasizing no contact whatsoever with complaining witnesses. Did you hear me, sir?
I can hear you now. I'm sorry.
I said, send me over a proposed order emphasizing no contact whatsoever with complaining witnesses.
Yes, I will. I will send that over.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge.
So Anderson is the attorney who moves.
bring Mr. Williams in. Mr. Mercier. Mercier. Okay.
We're ready on the dais.
Case number 2405-541701, State Michigan versus Gay.
Yes.
Gale. Defendant discharged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2 domestic violence, sleeping attachment, 2 53rd offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Dinah Lynch on behalf of the people, P number 84589.
Mr. Mercier, don't be shy.
And Attorney Daniel Mercier, P 72620, representing defendant.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. No big deal. What's your pleasure, Mr. Mercier?
We'd like to set this for an in-person exam, Your Honor.
Court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on February 9th at 9:30. Is that a good date and time?
That's good for the people, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gales, we'll see you next week, Friday at 9:30, okay? Same place. Sorry, you don't have any contact.
I need my client's phone number was not in the paperwork. Let me give him mine. I'm going to say it right now over Zoom if he would like to write it down or someone for him. It's 248-941-4339. Did you get that, sir?
All right, we're writing it down.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
We'll give it to him.
Appreciate it.
All right. Okay, I just got off the phone from Miss Marsh was gonna handle this case today, so he's trying to contact her. And I'm just everything in this.
So, Mr. Gales set for exam February 9th at 9:30. Mr. Pearl here? Not yet. Okay.
What's your name?
Real Reds.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Ms. Marsh.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. I apologize. I wasn't prepared, so I'm not properly dressed. I'm not undressed, but I apologize.
Oh, you're fine. If you want to speak to Mr. Williams, he's on a code. He has a co-defendant, Mr. Schloff. Mr. Schloff was here earlier today. He left and said he would be back.
Okay, yes, thank you, Judge.
And we'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Go ahead and join. Right.
It's not the. Yes, sir.
Why don't you come over?
Trump just.
Unfortunately, Ms. Marsh, I can't do anything till your co-defendant gets here. Mr. Perlman, are we ready?
Yeah, thank you, sir. 30 seconds.
Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. Leo Reyes. Calling case 2360713. People of the state of Michigan versus Leo Reyes. Defendants charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, controlled substance, delivery marijuana to minors. Count 3, unlawful imprisonment. Defendant has a habitual and court offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Yes. Good morning, Judge Jeff Cronin on behalf of Mr. Reyes, P80517.
This date, time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
If you believe we're ready, I believe my witness is. Yep.
She on the way up.
Oh, she's in custody too. Okay.
Correct.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Is that your only witness?
That's all I need.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning, young lady. Tell me your name.
Margaret White.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. All the way up. Yes, ma'am. Speaking to that microphone nice and loud so we can hear you, okay? You may begin when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Margaret. Good morning. Do you know how old you are?
I am 13.
When's your birthday?
10/11/10.
Did you say 10/11?
10/11/10.
That's my wife's birthday.
Oh.
You don't know. It's okay.
Margaret, do you know the reason why you're here today? Did something happen to you last year, toward the end of last year? And what happened to you?
I got raped.
And did you see the person who did that in the courtroom today? And can you point to them and tell me the color of the clothing that they're wearing? Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
So,
Tell me what happened between you and the defendant.
I was walking down 8 Mile, you were full thing.
Full perspective, so you were walking down 8 Mile?
Mm-hmm.
Then yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what happens when you're walking down 8 Mile?
Weird people go around, but he had a bite, and he was walking by, and I said hi, and he said hey, and then he's like, hey, are you done in this kid? I don't remember who she was. He said, are you such and such a kid? I'm like, no. And then after that, we started talking for a minute, and he's like, hey, would you like to hang out? I'm like, sure.
Okay, so he asked to hang out. Where about are you two at this point? Where at are you two?
I think so I was by the bridge for the miners in 8 Mile. I didn't know really where it was. It was in 8 Mile.
You said mountain?
No, other than 8 Mile.
Oh, other than 8 Mile. Okay, I'm sorry. And what happens after he asks you to hang out?
So sure. And we started walking back to his place. We went through this neighborhood and we started talking. And he started telling me about his girls, like the women that he has. And then after that, he had said something about him having herpes. And then after that,
you said he had herpes?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said that he had never given it to a girl and he never will. And I'm like, okay. And then we ended up at his house. We put up a fight.
Tell me about his house.
It looked abandoned. It was trash. There was no furniture really other than the bed.
Do you recall about how far from that Myers at 8 Mile his house was? Like how long did it take you guys to walk there?
I would like to say about 10, 20 minutes.
Do you recall if you were in the city of Detroit?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens when you get to his house?
He's like, follow me, I follow him. We head upstairs. And then after that, I sat down in a chair. And he had sat down like on the floor kind of. And he pulled up like this dating app or whatever. And we were watching people, like their lives and stuff.
You were watching people do what?
Like their lives.
Oh, their lives.
Not like their limelight, but like they were online.
Like a live stream?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Is he saying anything at this time?
He's just, I don't remember the full conversation.
What happens when you guys are watching live on the app?
It was like, a lot of them was really young, and I'm like, yo, I don't want to see this. And he's like, all right. He's like, you smoke? I'm like, yeah.
And when you say smoke, do you know what kind of smoking he's referring to?
Yes, marijuana.
What happens after he asks you that?
He goes in this room, and he pulls out like a bud of weed, like a little weed. And he's like, do you know how to break it up? I'm like, no, not really, I'm gonna mess it up. And so he broke it up on this book. And after he broke it up on the book, he's like, you know how to roll? I'm like, kind of. And then I tried to roll it, and then he just tucked it in. And then I licked it, like sealed it. I'm pretty sure you know how it goes, but I sealed it. And, I smoked.
Did she smoke that at all?
No.
How did the smoking make you feel?
Off. Like I've always smoked, but it was a different type of off. I'm like, bro, your shit's hitting me different, quote unquote.
What does he say to that?
Yeah, I know, it's homegrown by this guy that I go to.
What happens after you smoke?
He started getting touchy.
And when you say touchy,
like he kept putting his hand on my thigh, and then he tried to touch my foot, and I jumped. And after that, I had like, kind of freaked out a little bit. And when that happened, he's like, my dad. And I had, continue. He continued.
you continue to do what?
Like keep touching.
Does he touch you anyplace else?
Not really. He just keeps touching my thigh.
What happens next?
I had my knife in my pocket, like this orange little knife. It's like from a crochet kit weird thing. I don't know. I formed it into something weird. I pulled it on him, and then he grabbed it.
Describe the knife for me. Is it?
It's orange and it has like little razor blades on it on both ends.
Is it small or is it big?
It's not like this big, but what's it called? Police have it now, not the Detroit police, but what's it called? Royal Police.
You said that he takes that from you.
Yes.
Why does he take it from you?
I don't know. So I pulled it on him.
Why did you pull it on him?
Because he kept touching me.
Did you feel a certain way about that?
I didn't like that. I told him to stop and continue. So I saw him as a threat.
What happens after he takes the knife from you?
He pulls the condom out and he like starts to undo his pants a little bit. And then I try to leave. He grabbed me.
Where does he grab you at?
My arm.
What happens when he grabs you on your arm?
I froze up, and he's like, get on the bed, and I did it. And he took off my pants.
And how are you on the bed? Are you lying on it, sitting on it, something else?
I'm lying.
And are you lying on your back, your front, your side?
My back.
Your back. He said, what kind of pants were you wearing?
Like sweatpants, gray sweatpants. They were my older brother's.
Tell me about him taking them off.
He just pulled my underwear and my pants just fully off. So I didn't have my shoes on. No one was supposed to take shoes off at someone's house.
Did he have clothes on at this point?
No, well, he had his shirt on, but his pants were gone. Like his pants were like, they were like to here. They were like half off and half on.
Okay, so they were pulled down to his legs a little bit?
Like to his thighs a little bit.
What happens next?
I'm assuming that there was a condom on, because I saw it when he put it in. I didn't see it, but like he had laid on his back next to me, and he's like, "Go ahead and suck me up." Those were quote unquote. And I'm like, "Yeah, no."
Okay. Did you see a condom on his penis?
Yeah, when he was on his back, when he was next to me.
And is that when he says, "Go ahead and suck him off"?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do in response to that?
I just laid it. I said,
What does he do in response to that?
he gets on top of me.
What happens when he's on top of you?
Is that a trick question or are you being for it?
I mean, for real. Oh, I can't guess, so.
Oh, he puts it in.
What part of his body goes in your body?
His dick.
Where does his dick go in?
My vagina.
What do you feel while this is happening?
Really nothing. It's like this big. That's not even trying to be rude. It was literally this big.
I'm sorry, can you pull that up for me so I can see?
About this big.
Indicating about maybe 3.5 inches.
I think so, Judge. Is his body moving at all?
Just his lower half, like he's like up like this, and he's just going like his lower.
Indicating for the record.
Yeah, so in the record that he's got his hands where at?
On the bed,
On the
like
bed.
by my head.
By your head, okay. And his upper body is not touching you?
No, not really.
Okay, but his lower half is. Okay, and so his body's moving up and down, back and forth, what?
It's like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't. It's like, I'm like this, his hands are here, and then this is like this.
Okay, so your Honor, the record reflected, she's moving her hand side to side like this.
So no.
How long does this last for?
Like 5 minutes. That's my guess.
Does he say anything while this is happening?
No, not really.
Did you say anything while this is happening? What makes this stop?
Yeah.
And when you say he nutted, what do you mean by that?
Exactly.
What happens after that?
He gets off. He gets dressed. He gets his pants on. He's on board back on. Like he pulls him up. And he's like, "Hey, you want anything from the store?" I'm like, "No." I just lay there. And he got it. He said he's going to the store. He went to the store. And I got dressed when he left. And I tried to leave, but the doors are locked.
Tell me about the doors being locked.
Like it was padlocked. Like the back door was padlocked.
And what about the front door?
Front door, it was weird because there's like this big plank and then there was like a square plank and it was like held by it. Like it was under like by the end and the door was like wood and it was like pushed up. So like this is the door, the plank here, stairs here, and then I moved the plank, tried to pry open the door, but there was no door handle, so I had to pry it open. And then I tried to leave out the thing, but it was locked. Like it was a metal bar, and it was locked.
Okay, so there was a door and then, or so there's like a safety door.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's like barred. There were bars on the window.
Okay. So was there any way for you to get out of the house?
No, not at all.
Did you try to get out of the house?
Yeah, I tried for a good little minute.
Am I correct that he had left?
Like he's gone. I have no clue.
About how long is he gone for?
Like a good hour. And then
hold on, okay. Do you at some point, try to get out? Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about you doing that.
I tried the back door, I kept on pulling on her, and I continued pulling it, and then I pulled it a little bit, and I'm like, oh, this Negro locked me in here, quote unquote, he locked me in here. And I went to the front door, because every house, there's a, you know what I mean. I assumed that there was a front door, went to the front door. And I had tried to open the door thing, and I tried to push out the thing, and I started screaming for help, and then I went back to the windows, and I started messing with the windows a little bit, and I realized that every window had bars on it.
Are you at some point able to get out of that?
Yeah.
Tell me about that happening.
His neighbor that he apparently almost had a shootout with, he's like, did this, I don't wanna go on quote unquote, but if he locked you in his house, I'm like, yeah. And then he started saying, ooh, and he started freaking out a little bit, and then he told his mom or whoever it was to call the cops. And then they're like, what's your name? And I told him my name.
Suspended.
Not an offer for the truth of the matter asserted. So it's also a question. Is not huge that, regardless. What happens? You said the neighbors called the cops?
Yeah.
Okay. Do the cops eventually show?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
They had broke the front door, like not the front door, but the safety door, like you said. They had broke the front safety door. And then they came in with guns like this and a flashlight, and they were going through the house.
So how did you come in contact with the neighbors?
I was screaming for help, because I need help.
Oh, I see. So he came over to the house, was talking to you through the door?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm like, you see this light? I had like this little ring light that he gave me to see because his house was like solar panel powered. And I was like flashing with the light in the between the, yeah, you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What happens? So you said the police came and they had to break in the door.
Yeah.
Do you know what they had to use to break in the door?
Like this black thing that they would like this with.
And for the record, she's taking a motion like holding her arms at her side and going back and forth, kind of like a ramming motion.
So no.
What happens when the police get there?
They're like, why did you go with him? Why are you in this house in the first place? I'm like, why did I hang out?
Does the defendant ever come back?
Yeah, he came back.
Okay.
When the cops were there. And then he's like, she's making up this lie about her being 13.
Did you tell him you were 13?
Yeah.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Oh, ma'am, I noticed you're in custody. What are you in custody for?
That's irrelevant.
It's not relevant.
Judge, I think it will be relevant later perhaps, but I'm not.
You can rephrase your question.
Okay.
Make it relevant.
Okay. You're before court today, or at any point, if you had a chance to speak with the prosecutor?
What do you mean?
Before your testimony today, did you speak with the prosecutor about what you were gonna talk about?
No, not at all.
Okay, so this is the first time speaking to the prosecutor?
Who's the prosecutor?
This young lady who just asked you questions.
No.
Okay,
I don't know none of these people in this room.
okay, did you speak to anybody on the phone about being here today?
I don't know.
So how did you know to be here today?
brought her out of lockup. She wasn't brought on her own.
Well, I'm saying, how do you know you had to be here today?
Mr. Vassis, he is my course coordinator. He's like, well, you apparently have a court date, you told me this yesterday, for Friday. We're gonna get you something that doesn't say, you know, X, Y, and Z on it, and we're gonna get you there.
Okay, you knew it was regarding this specific incident? When you were informed that you had a court date, you knew it was regarding this specific incident?
Can you rephrase that? I don't think.
Okay. You indicated you were informed that you had a court date tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you know that it was pertaining to this specific incident?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, and was there any, so, let me, if I may, so after, when you met this person, he was on a bike near 8 Mile Woodward, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what time of night was that?
Yes.
I have no idea. I didn't have a phone on me.
Okay.
So when you look at, I would just ask that, is that a yes or
You
no?
have to answer yes or no, but it was hard for her to take down, because she's tight.
Okay, so that's correct. You encountered this person on 8 Mile and Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated you didn't have his phone on you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicated you didn't have a purse on you either, is that correct?
I have a backpack on me, but I have a journal in it. He wrote his number in my journal, but I gave the paper to my dad.
Okay. And when did you give the paper to your dad?
The second day. The second day.
Okay.
When I had came home from the hospital with children.
Okay, and you had, in fact, you had actually run away that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm allowed, okay.
okay, and why had you run away?
Okay, that's not right.
Okay, so you didn't know where you were planning on staying that night, is that fair to say?
I did. I was
Okay.
in the street.
Outside on the street? Okay. You obviously you also you are currently taking medication for bipolar and schizophrenia, is that correct?
No, not at all.
It's very relevant in terms of.
She said no, next question.
Okay.
If
So,
you would like, I can tell you what medication I am taking and what it's for.
have you been, do you know if you've been diagnosed with any mental health illnesses?
Yes.
And what are those?
I don't know if the relevant to that is.
That may be relevant.
Anxiety, depression, PTSD, and trauma.
Okay. Were you diagnosed with bipolar,
No, but my mom may have it.
schizophrenia?
My uncle Chris has it.
Is it fair to say that you take medication for your mental health illnesses? Are you on any medicine for those illnesses?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take it that night, if you recall? Does it affect? How does it affect you, I guess, when you're on, what's the difference when you're on the medication versus when you're off in terms of your behavior? So it's fair to say when you're on the medication, you don't want to bring the world down?
I'm a lot more aggressive when I'm off the medication.
Okay. And do you think you would have run away if you were on medication?
Yeah, I was going through a rough time with my dad and continue to run away.
Okay.
This was like the third time this week that I have done it.
Okay. And where did you slept those other days? On the street?
I always got caught by the police.
Okay. All right, so it's fair to say that you were, it would have been obviously preferable or be that a warm place to stay in, correct?
I'd rather be at work.
Okay. And you, at some point, when you met this person, you indicated that you were in college, correct?
No, not no.
Okay. So
Okay, she was in what?
in college,
In college?
yes. So I'm sorry, did you indicate you were in college?
No, not at all.
Okay. But did the, you indicated to the, you had a Kids Talk interview. At that Kids Talk interview, you indicated that you were a willing participant. Correct?
What's the relevance of that? That's irrelevant.
Since she's 13, I wouldn't care if she was on her back with her legs spread eagle saying, please. Does not matter.
Credibility, she's saying credibility. Judge.
Counselor, I've ruled. Move on, please.
Judge, you reverse.
Okay. Okay, we're back on the record.
And has anyone ever told you that you look older than you are?
Yes.
Have you, I guess, on the streets, have you ever, you typically lie by your age?
Oh, we had this.
She has-
It does not matter.
I'm moving on. So when, you indicated that when you left, you went to go to Myers, is that correct?
He said he went to a store. He was going to the store.
Okay. Okay. And you indicated, Judge, if I may say one more. And you, during the interview you had with the Kids Talk interviewer, you told him that he was gone for approximately 30 minutes, correct?
Yeah, for 30 minutes.
30 minutes. And what is it?
You said, okay, 30 minutes, you said it's an hour. Is that not what you
I
said?
think-
Yes.
Just want the record to reflect the accurate.
Okay. So, and again, at what point, you didn't start seeking help immediately, right?
I did. No, not really. looking away to get out.
Okay, so I mean, it was after a certain point, that you got worried, and that's when you started looking for help, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you, are you familiar with the neighborhood that
I'm not familiar with it.
And it's fair to say that, you indicate in your statement that he was, offered to go get some beverages from the store, correct?
Not that, he said he wanted.
Okay. And have you ever been convicted of a crime involving fraud or dishonesty in the last 10 years?
Juvenile record, if anything, but I don't know the relevance of that. Why?
Goes to our credibility.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime involving fraud or dishonesty? Okay. And
I can tell by the record, the juvenile record would be if anything.
was your understanding that you're testifying today would help you out in whatever other situation you're in?
No, not at all. That's between me and my father.
Okay. Is it at all related to the incident pertaining to this case?
No,
Okay.
nothing to do with him. Nothing to do.
We have one more judge.
Mr. Perlman, we have to keep moving, sir.
At what point did you discuss your age?
When he said, hey, are you better than this kid? I'm like, no. And he's like, you want to hang out? And I'm like, I'm 13.
Okay. So, and then, again, as to and you said you had run away 2 times previously that week.
Possibly. I was running away on Obama at the time.
Okay. And you voluntarily went to this person's house, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Can you redirect? Thank you. You may step. You're all set. Yes. Any other witnesses for the people? Any witnesses for the defendants?
No, Judge.
There are people that signed over on charges of warrants and
Judge, I asked the matter be dismissed. Again, there are big issues as to credibility. I understand credibility is a issue to the finder of fact. However, the court has that discretion. Given the surrounding circumstances and the notion that the young girl was going to be sleeping on the street, and again, in order to perhaps say whatever she had to say to get a warm place to stay at night in the middle of December, So I would ask the court dismiss the matter.
That's great.
Judge, I don't think there's credibility issues at this point. Your Honor is in a great place to assess her credibility. I think she was incredibly forthcoming as to what was going on. She held nothing back. She was very honest about, she was looking for a more place to say. She was happy to be by on her own, wherever she wanted to be. Judge, I don't view this as any charge of credibility. Certainly is not a
Judge, and as to the as to the unlawful imprisonment, the allegation is that he wasn't there into the store. I did, in Detroit at the safety neighborhoods. There's no indication that she didn't have. Again, there's no indication that he was trying to intentionally lock her in. And the fact is, she couldn't figure out how to get out. But again, he, she said he was gone between a half hour and an hour, and he said he went to the store. This wasn't a situation where he had hours or that he had said anything to her like, I'm not going to leave. Again, there was no indication of intention to forcibly keep her there. There's no indication that she said that she was going to be leaving when he said he's going to the store. He wanted him. So again, I don't think there's there's no proof of probable cause of any intention of him to keep to intentionally keep her locked in the home.
Okay. It's not lost on me that attorneys feel sometimes compelled to have to say something on behalf of their client. I get it. I've done defense work before, but this probably has to rank right up there to one of the most ridiculous arguments I've ever heard. And that's no spite on you, Mr. Crowley. You're very creative, doing your job, representing this man. But this child, this baby, if you will, I don't care how tall she is, I don't care how big she is very much a child. She speaks very well, she's very articulate, she's very intelligent, but she quite frankly has some issues. We can tell that from her testimony, but credibility is not one of them. She was a very credible witness. She was a very intelligent, articulate witness. And apparently, according to her, this defendant took advantage of it. He brought a child back to his home and had sex with her. And she looks very much like a child. It doesn't matter, even if she did look old to him, even if she did say she was a college student, nowhere near a college student by way of her appearance. But even if that was in fact the case, the mere fact that he had sex with a child is all the people have to prove here. And I submit to you that that's exactly what they did. And she testified that not only that, he gave this child, this baby, marijuana. I have no issues with her credibility. No child should have had to ever come and sit in that chair and tell a room full of strangers how she was sexually assaulted. No child should have to reveal those kinds of things. It's shameful. It's disgusting. It's disgraceful. This court, after hearing the testimony of the young lady, Ms. White, is satisfied that people don't have their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this predator committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 9th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. What is this bond?
It's 500,000 there.
That sounds right. Fine, continue.
Judge, may I request 250,000, 10%?
No, sir. Then I continue.
I ain't no predator,
Yes.
Your Honor. She lied about her age. I don't care what you want to say.
She wanted to see the death of baby.
Come on, man. Yeah, she'll do that to another 100 people.
Stop it,
You know I ain't no
That's a
fucking predator,
That's a
motherfucker.
baby. You need help.
Yeah.
Yes.
Be quiet, man. Be quiet.
Your staff, have a good day, sir. Thank you, sir. You as well. Good to see you. Where you going, Ms. Rick? I don't see you. Thank you. Ms. Rick. What do I have out there?
We're ready on the,
Mr. Carmen, are you ready?
earnings form case.
More stuff. Hold on.
I just want to make sure we have, I just want to make sure we have a client. That's
Go ahead.
okay. Yeah, look, if I come downstairs. Because I'll come downstairs and talk. What do you have? I'll talk to you. Okay. All right.
But anyway, I don't have this.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We have a report for pre-trial services for Mr. Johnson. Can I read it while we're waiting?
I'm staying.
Sorry.
Your client, who was that?
Tyrese Jones.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Real quickly, Mr. Carmen. Calling case 2356792, State Mission versus Tyrese Martez Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1 weapons, firearms, discharge, criminal liability, count 2 aggravated assault, and count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4 felony firearm. Defendant has the conviction in the court case notice. Defendant also has case 2356785, charged in count 1, explosive sitting with intent to threaten, count 2 aggravated assault. Defendant has the conviction in the court case notice. Chances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green, for people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Harry Mihas on behalf of Mr. Jones on both cases, P number 66417.
All right, my understanding is that the defendant was sent back to the Michigan Department of Corrections, unfortunately, and is not here.
Your Honor,
That being the case, that necessitates the court adjourning this matter.
Your Honor, to be active, for the clarity of the record, he went back to federal custody. He has a pending federal matter, so he was put back to that.
Oh, federal case, okay. Whatever the case may be, we still need approximately 2 weeks to get rid of back here. That being the case, the court will adjourn this matter to February 16th. What time of day is best for the council?
Look, Your Honor. The 16th, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I can do anytime in the morning.
Anytime in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, let's say 10 o'clock, February 16th.
Thank you.
We continue, thank you. All right. Mr. Howard, your case is the whole. Yes. They have witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Okay. Ernest Moore, calling case 2455182. People of the state of Michigan versus Ernest and Moore. Finished charged in count 1, second-degree arson. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has an habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25 years sentence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Michael A. Carmen, P73824, on behalf of the defendant.
Tell me your name, sir. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses?
Just 2 witnesses, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters before we call witnesses?
Yes. The complaining witness, the lady is she was subpoenaed for the case for the exam. She is not present, so I cannot use her as a witness. Therefore, I will be proceeding with this case under MCL 768.276, which allows for testimony regarding the statements made by the complainant through other witnesses. Those witnesses be
Your Honor, I would move to exclude that testimony based on hearsay. I believe such a motion needs to be submitted in writing in advance.
well, number one, I did not know she was subpoenaed, just like all the other officers were subpoenaed. She is not present. I do not know she was.
And this statute presents that kind of testimony in domestic violence cases.
Well, Your Honor, I believe that's something we need to be notified in advance, does it not?
Let's read the statute.
And Your Honor, if I may, this case was also refiled because the complainant did not appear at March 29, 2023 exam last year.
You said 768.276?
768.27C.
Oh, 276. Reading the statute, sir, it says nothing about anything about notice.
Your Honor, my client has a right to confrontation, obviously, of the complaining witness.
Take it up with the legislature. Ready to proceed? Okay, before we do that, let me call this case with Mr. Schlott and Ms. Chapel.
Yes.
We're ready on Williams and who's the other guy? Yeah, that. Calling case 2455295, people of the state of Michigan versus K. Hines and Vonta Pruitt. Defendant number 2, Oliver James Williams. Both defendants are charged in count 1, first-degree arson. Both defendants are charged in count 2, arson, preparation to burn property, $20,000 or more. Both defendants are charged in count 3, obstruction of justice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, James Schloff, 30720, on behalf of Mr. Pruitt.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carolyn Chapman Marsh, P31887, on behalf of Mr. Williams, and I'm standing in for his attorney of record, James Anderson.
All right. Mr. Williams, tell me your name for the record, sir. You've been hanging out with me all morning. Unmute yourself and tell me your name, sir.
Right. Oliver Williams.
All right. What's your pleasure, counsels?
You said what, sir?
Talking to your attorneys right now. Thank you.
Oh.
Mr. Schlott, what's your pleasure?
Well, I expect to have a preliminary exam, but I'm just wondering if my client's in jail too. This was the spot assignment I received the other day. If he is, I'll waive his appearance.
I'm sure Mr. Pruitt is probably in jail as well.
Well, I'll waive his appearance and we'll set a date.
All right, the court will waive the defendant's presence. Ms. Marsh, what's your pleasure?
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask for a date as well.
The court will continue Mr. Williams' plea of not guilty and set his matter, as well as Mr. Pruitt's matter for preliminary examination. House February 9th at 10 o'clock.
February 9th?
Yes, sir.
I can do it the 9th, but I would ask for it later in the morning if possible.
February 9th at, I can do 12 o'clock.
That's fine with me.
That's fine, Judge.
All right, February 9th at 12 o'clock, bond will be continued as both defendants.
Just one question, if I may. Just one question, if I may, Judge. Do we have a special counsel in this one?
I believe you do. I think it's Ms. Moses.
Okay, I'll contact her if I have any questions.
Okay, and let me also add that as it relates to Mr. Williams, there was a referral to pretrial services for bond recommendation. They recommend no action. And as it relates to Mr. Pruitt, his matter was referred out as well. And they recommend no action. So bond will be continued in both matters. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judge.
That is what I was going to request. Thank you. See you next week.
Take care, all.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Moore. If you're ready to call your witness.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
At this time, we'll confer with my client. He would like to waive his right to preliminary exam, and we'd like to find.
All right. Let me get you guys to sign the waiver form. Mr. Moore, stand up for me. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the complaint form. You understand that? You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination?
It's right to cross-examine the witness, she's not here.
No, sir. Preliminary examination looks like a being trial, but people must establish that the crime was committed in the city of Detroit and that there's probable cause to believe you committed it. They would do so by calling witnesses to come forth and testify as to what allegedly took place. At the end of the day, if I'm satisfied that the people have met their burden of probable cause, then I will bind it over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court where you will be arraigned on the information, which means you're told what you're being formally charged with. And from that point, you can either schedule a trial or entertain any plea negotiations that may be available to you at that time. By waiving your preliminary examination, we're skipping that part about witnesses coming forth and testifying as to what allegedly took place. You're going to be bound over to Third Circuit Court, again, where we either entertain any plea negotiations or schedule a trial. Do you understand? Is it still your wish to waive your preliminary examination?
We will have a confrontation on accusers.
Did you hear my question, sir? Is it still your wish to waive your preliminary examination?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to do so? Does anyone promise you anything? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore finally defend it over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal Division for present proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 9th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. Let me get you guys to sign that. Let's get that back to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Ms. White here? She is, Your Honor. Can you have her step in?
Sorry.
You have an APA here on your case, Mr. Howard? We do. That's her, that's you? Okay, I'll take you guys first. Let me find out what's going on with Ms. Watt's case. How you doing, Ms. Watt? Do we have witnesses on your case?
Yeah, yes, Larry King is across the street, so.
Oh, so he's not here yet. Okay.
He just got here.
Okay.
Oh.
Johnson.
Me first?
Johnson.
No, I'm taking Mr. Howard first.
Okay.
Frederick Johnson.
Bro.
Man, his hands keep falling down. These are this.
Yeah. I got some paperwork for you.
How many copies of this report for pretrial services do we have? Because it's the only copy. I can't give you a copy. I'm not asking you to give a copy, it's literally on the copy and asking you to see what we have. And what we have, I'm gonna give it to you.
I need that. Calling case 2455287, Equal State of Michigan versus Frederick Matthew Johnson. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 4, criminal sexual conduct, third degree, person 13 through 15. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Honor. Tiffany Woods, 8613.
Morning, Your Honor. John J. Holler appearing on behalf of Mr. Johnson. My bar number is 43344.
Your name for the record, sir?
Frederick Johnson.
Yes, J. Thomas, preliminary examination, ready to proceed.
Judge.
How many witnesses?
Just one.
Do you have any preliminary matters before you call your witness?
I would just ask for order of sequestration, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, ordering you to log off at this time. You have an officer in charge, sir.
I do not, Your Honor.
There doesn't appear to be any witnesses in the courtroom. Call your witness.
Judge, we'd like to call on Mercier and Emery.
Madam Court Reporter, do you have her name? Please raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone and to your left once you sit down. May you begin your record.
Yes, Judge. Could you please state your name for the record again? And make sure you keep your voice up so we hear you, okay? Okay. All right. And what's your date of birth? And that makes you how old today? 13. And how do you know Frederick Johnson? He is a father figure. What do you mean he's a father figure?
Speaking to the microphone for me, please.
He was there when I was born. Okay. And so was he in a relationship with your mother? Yes. Okay. Did you know if Frederick Johnson is over the age of 17? Yes. And do you see Mr. Johnson in the courtroom today? Yes. Okay, could you please point to him and describe the clothing he's wearing? He's wearing a green outfit. Judge, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So no.
So you had just testified that he was in a relationship with your mom. Do you know how long they were in a relationship for? Since I was born, since I was about 8. Okay, until you were about 8 years old? Okay. So where do you live now? Red Rock. Okay, and that's in what city? Detroit. Okay. And who do you live with? My mom and her fiance and my 2 younger siblings. Okay. And how old are your younger siblings? 11 and 8. Okay. And do you still visit Mr. Johnson since your mom and him have been separated? Yes. And where do you visit him at? What address? Granville. Okay. Have you visited him at a different address? What? Keystone. And are all of those homes in Detroit? Yes. Okay. So let's go back to when you were about 8 years of age. Tell the court about the first thing that happened to you. Pornography. Okay, so what do you mean when you say pornography? He showed me porn videos. Okay. When you say he showed you porn videos, what do you mean by porn videos? A woman and a man. Okay. So when you say he showed me porn videos, who showed them to you? Frederick Johnson. Okay. And when you saw these videos, where were you? In the car. After they were okay. And so when you saw the videos, you guys were parked in the car?
Yes. Okay, and this was outside of the Maple Lawn address, and that's in Detroit? Yes. And I'm sorry, what age were you when that started? 8. Okay. So, when he started showing you the videos, was he still in a relationship with your mom? No. Okay. How many times did you view the videos? I would say every morning.
I didn't hear you.
Every morning. Every morning for how long? Wasn't a lot of times, but it was much. So let's say it wasn't more than 5 times? Was it more than 10 times? Okay. So do you remember when he last stopped showing you the videos, how old you were? No. Okay. So when you were watching these videos of 2 people having sex, how long would he show you these videos for? About 5 minutes. And when he showed you these videos, would he say anything to you? He told me this class would be doing. That you were going to be doing what the was doing. Okay. So he was telling you that one day you were going to be having sex like they were in the video? Yes. Okay. So he's been showing you porno videos. Did anything else happen later when you got a little bit older? Yes. About how old were you the first time something happened? 11. Okay. So tell the court a little bit about what happened. Penetration. So let's back up a little bit. So when you say penetration, what do you mean? Okay. Did he do anything else other than that before that happened? Okay. So let's talk about that first. So how old were you when the oral happened? 8. Okay. Do you remember what address the first time that happened at? And that's in Detroit? Yes. Okay. So who lived at the Maple Lawn address? Me and my siblings and my mom. Okay. So just to break it down a little bit, when Mr. Johnson and your mom separated, did they have some sort of visitation arrangement? I guess. So would explain to the court what your visitation arrangements would be, where you would be with your mom and then you would be with him? Tell the court a little bit about that arrangement. It was like a scheduled time we just go with him.
I can't hear you.
It was a scheduled time we just go with him or go. Okay. So it wasn't every other week, it just kind of just happened sporadically? Yes. Okay. So let's go back to the time that you said something oral happened and you were at the Maple Lawn address? Yes. Okay, and you were, how old did you say? 8. Okay. So tell the court what happened. He called me to the room and we went into the back.
I can't hear you.
He told me to suck his teeth. Okay, so when you said he took you into the back room, what room are you talking about? Was it a bedroom or a living room? Bedroom. Okay. Do you remember what time of the day this was? No, but it was still night. Was anyone home in the house when this happened? No. Okay. So he took you in the room into his bedroom and he told you to do what? Okay. And what happened after that? When I got outside. Did anything happen? Did you do what he asked you to do in the room? Yes. Okay, so we got to break it down a little bit because the judge needs to hear exactly what happened. So tell us, when he asked you to do that, what happened? I did it, and it was after it happened. So when you say you did it, let's go back a little bit. So when you were in the bedroom, where were you at? Yeah. Okay, were you sitting on the bed or laying on the bed? Okay, and where was Mr. Johnson? Okay. Okay, so Mr. Johnson was laying on the bed and you were sitting on the bed. Do you know, was he wearing any clothes at that time?
Yes, his pants was on.
His pants were they all the way off?
Yes,
Okay, and what about your clothes?
it was on.
Okay, did you have your pants on or off? Okay, so then what happened?
After that, we went back to.
No, let's go back to, he's laying on the bed and you're sitting on the bed. He has his pants off, and did any part of his body touch your body? Okay,
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
she said her fingers, or his fingers.
Please speak into the microphone.
His fingers.
Okay, so what were Mr. Johnson's fingers touching what part of your body?
My vagina.
Okay, and what were his fingers doing to your vagina?
Go in and out of me.
And how do you know they were going in and out of you?
I felt it.
Okay. And then at some point, when did this oral happen? Was it at that same time or a different time? When he asked you to suck his dick?
Same time.
The same time. So tell the court, what part of his body was touching your body?
His dick.
What part of his dick was touching your body?
My vagina.
For the oral part?
Oh,
Okay, so what was his dick doing to your mouth? Was it going inside your mouth?
yes.
And how long did that last for?
From 18.
How long?
Oh, 5 to 8 minutes.
Okay, so it lasted for about 5 to 8 minutes. Did he say anything to you when this was going on? Okay. And do you know why he stopped? Why?
Because sperm came.
When you say sperm came out of where?
His dick.
Okay. And where did it go to?
On there.
So this all happened at the Maple Lawn House?
Yes.
Okay. So after this happened, did you tell anyone?
No.
No? Okay, why not? Okay. So how many times did something like this happen to you at the Maple Lawn House?
Not every day, but most of the time.
Okay. Would you say it happened more than 5 times?
Yes.
More than 10 times? Okay. So at any time when he was doing this to you at the Maple Lawn House, was he doing anything with his phone? Do you remember him having a phone present when these incidents were happening to you?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the court a little bit about that.
I don't remember the exact, it was a Samsung.
And what was he doing with the phone?
It wasn't money, it was next to him.
Okay. Did he have it hooked up to anything?
No.
Okay. Was he doing anything with the phone?
No.
So was there another house where you used to visit Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
And what house is that?
Keystone.
Did anything ever happen to you at the Keystone home?
Yes.
How old were you when that happened?
Going to the house?
When the first thing that something happened at the Keystone house, the very first time, do you remember how old you were?
No.
Okay. Tell the court what happened.
He was in the room, and it was a room bed, and
So when you say he was in the room, what room are you talking about?
his bed,
Okay.
and he would come in the room and wake me up and tell me to go wash up, and then we hit his bed.
Okay, so he was in his room and you were in your bedroom?
Yes.
And then you said he would come into your room and wake you up?
Yes.
And then he would tell you to go wash up?
And then we in his bed.
And then meet you in his bedroom? And then what happened?
He would tell me to lay down, or he would lay down. He'd tell me to get on top.
And then what would happen?
I would get on top of him. Yeah, or he would get on top of me, he would go
What part of his body was touching your body? And was his penis going inside your vagina?
Yes.
And how do you know that? And what was his body doing? Okay. Did he say anything to you when he was doing this? And did you kiss him? Did he say anything else? Do you remember how long this incident happened for?
5 to 10 years.
Okay. And do you know why he stopped? Why? When you say sperm, what do you mean by that?
It came out of his teeth.
And where did it go?
From his hand, from the air.
Okay. And when this happened at the first time at the Keystone home, do you remember what time of the day this was?
Early in the morning.
And
I didn't hear that.
she said early in the morning.
Did she?
Yes.
Early in the morning. And who all was home at the house when this happened? And who are your siblings again?
Akeem Johnson and Matthew Johnson.
And where were they when this happened?
My brother was in the living room and my sister was at the top of the roof.
Okay. Do you know if they were awake or asleep?
Sleep.
Okay. And where was your mom at that time?
At the Maple house or at work.
Okay. So this happened when you were visiting with your dad?
Yes.
So at any time at this house, did he happen to do anything with this phone?
Yes.
What did he do?
Screen mirrored it to the TV.
He's screaming by screen mirrored it.
Connected it, so everything he did on his phone, you could see on the TV.
So while he was having sex with you, he was mirroring it to the TV so he could watch
Let's
it?
that's objection. Let's have a witness testify.
Judge,
You're not
she's
asking
a
for
judge.
leave? Yes, leave. Don't leave.
Okay, so what was he doing? He was doing what with the phone?
Screen mirrored.
And what was?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Screen mirroring it.
One more time.
Screen mirroring it.
Screen mirroring it, the video on the phone to the TV.
Okay, can witness confirm that that's what she said?
She said that. She said it like 3 times.
That's what she said.
Do you know why? And then when it was being screen mirrored, what was he doing?
Going inside of me.
And was he looking at the screen?
He was looking at the phone.
Okay. And what was the phone projecting on it?
Yeah, whatever.
At any time during or after him using the phone, did he show you any videos of you two on the phone having sex?
Yes.
How many times did that happen?
Not a lot.
Okay. When you say not a lot, do you say more than 5 times? So less than 5 times? More than 2 times?
Yes.
Okay. And describe the phone he was using when he was doing this. Okay.
S3 on.
Okay. And is this the phone? Do you remember the color of the phone?
I want the tablet cover. I give you the shot.
Okay. And this all happened at what address?
Keystone.
Okay. And how many times I know you said this happened many times, so let's estimate. At the Keystone house, how many times did this happen? Was it more than 5 times?
Yes.
More than 10 times?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the very last time this happened. Do you remember when that was? So where was that?
At the Granville house.
Okay. So who lived at the Granville house?
Mercier, Jordan, National Loan, and Frederick Johnson.
Okay, who's this Nikila? Who's that?
Everybody is good.
Okay, so from what you're saying is at the Granville house, I just want to make sure I have this correct. Mr. Johnson lives there with his girlfriend and who else?
The 2 kids.
The kids, how old are the kids that live there?
Jordan's 13, Madison 7. The little baby is 5 months.
Okay. So when did this last incident happen? Do you remember when?
Before Christmas.
How long before Christmas?
3 weeks before Christmas.
And how old were you at this time?
13.
And when you say right before Christmas, what Christmas are you talking about? Is it just this most recent Christmas or a different Christmas?
Yes, this is the most recent Christmas.
So tell us about that day, what happened?
I got suspended and my mom couldn't come get me, he can't get me, and I went back to the Mercier house.
Okay, so let's back up. So you got suspended from what?
School.
Okay, so you got suspended from school and you said your mom couldn't get you, so who come to get you?
Thank you.
Okay, and do you remember what time Mr. Johnson came to get you from school?
Around 12:30.
And then what happened?
He took me, we went back to the house, and he grabbed the baby up the back seat, and we went in the house. He told me to go wash it and come back to the room. And he told me to leave.
When you say he told you to come back into the room, what room was it?
It's a bedroom, but it wasn't looking in there at the time.
Okay. And where was the baby?
In the living room, and across the street.
Okay, and so then what happened after that?
He told me to go wash it, and he took off his pants while I was in the bathroom. And we went to the room.
What kind of clothes, do you remember what kind of clothes he was wearing that day?
That orange jacket and the towel jumpsuit with a black shirt.
Okay, and what kind of clothes were you wearing?
My all black.
Okay, so you went in the room and you washed up and then what happened?
He told me to go.
Okay, and
He said, "Okay."
so when you say he told you to get on the floor, were you laying on the floor, sitting on the? Were you laying on your back, on your side? On your back. And where was Mr. Johnson's body?
On top of me.
Okay, and then what happened?
He stayed inside my vagina.
How do you know it was in your vagina?
I think it.
And what was Mr. Johnson's body doing?
Cold it out.
Did he say anything to you?
He told me to kiss her.
And did you?
Yes.
Did he say anything else to you? No. How long did this last for?
About 2 minutes.
And do you know why Mr. Johnson stopped?
Sperm.
When you say sperm, what do you mean by that?
The watch it.
What did it do?
Came like a stick.
And where did it go?
On the floor.
Okay. And then what happened?
I went back in the bathroom to wash it.
After this incident, did you tell anyone?
No, not until January 14th.
What happened on January 14th?
Nikila came to get me. So
And just to clarify, who's Nikila again?
his girlfriend.
Mr. Johnson's girlfriend? Okay, so go on.
She came to get me, and all the shoe places was closed because that's what she came to get me to go get some shoes. And we just went to the KFC, and we came back to the house to go drop the food off to my siblings. And she told me to come back out to the front to talk to me. And that was at the living room, and we went a couple blocks up. And he kept calling her, Reggie kept calling her, and she kept ignoring the call. And she answered when we went to suspicious. After that, she told me it was at the gas station and it wasn't. And she told me she'll call me back. And she asked me how long has it been going on for, it hasn't stopped. And she told me that she seen me to happen to her when she was young.
So she confronted you about it?
Yes.
And did you tell her what happened?
No. I was asking her like what she was talking about. And then she asked me, and I was like naming up and I did it. And I got her to records. She said yes. And she asked me has it stopped or has it been? Or how long has it been?
And you told her how long it's been going on?
Yes.
And at some point, your mom found out, right?
The next morning.
And did your mom take you to the police station?
Yes.
When did she do that?
At around 8:45 in the morning.
And do you remember going to a Kids Talk Advocacy Center, talking to someone there?
Yeah.
And let's go back to the Granville house. I know you said the last time it happened at the Granville house, how many times did it ever happen there, or was it just the one time? Just the one time? One moment, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Mercier, I've got a few questions here for you. All right. Now, Mr. Johnson is not your father.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, I believe you testified that he had been in your life since you could remember, or since you were born?
Yes.
Okay. And did I understand you correctly to say that he was in what we call a relationship with your mother until he was about 8?
Yes.
Okay. Is it safe to say that Mr. Johnson and your mother continued? Well, let me strike that. You got two. How many brothers and sisters?
Two.
All right. Now, those brothers and sisters are half brothers. It's a half brother and half sister, right? Okay. And the father of each one of them is Mr. Johnson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Today, as we're here, how old is his brother?
8.
How old is his sister?
11.
Okay. All right. And you are, did you say 13? Yeah. All right. Okay, so I'm assuming here that since you testified that your mother and Mr. Johnson were in a relationship up until the time you were 8, then you consider that after that time, they were no longer in what we call a relationship. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. But it sounds like Mr. Let me strike that. Did your mother know that you were?
Objection, Judge, how would she know anything that from her mother?
Sustained.
Or you were spending some visitation time with Mr. Johnson even after your mother and he no longer in a relationship. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and your mother knew that, right?
You can't testify as to what someone knows.
Okay, all right. Do you have any knowledge of whether you were aware that she knew that?
Yeah, Judge.
Can't testify as to what someone knows. How?
She can tell us how she knew, like,
She cannot. She
Mom,
cannot
I'm going to
testify as
see
to
Mr.
what someone else
Johnson.
knows. Rephrase your question.
Okay.
Move to a different, sir.
Okay, did Mr. Johnson ever come over to see you while your mother was there? In the same house?
When you came to get us, yes.
Okay, and your mother was there in the same house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Were you present? Okay, all right, and you were present when your mother was there, and Mr. Johnson was there when Mr. Johnson did the kitchen, yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right, all right. When Mr. Johnson came to get you for visitation, was that with your mother? Okay, right. Did you ever hear your mother say, "No, you can't take my child"? Okay, all right, okay. Now, let me just jump forward a little bit to the time just before the last Christmas. I believe you said that Nakia Molinda came to get you. Now, she is the girlfriend, the present girlfriend, I guess you would say, of Mr. Johnson. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, had you met Miss Molinda before that day when she came to get you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us an idea how long you had known Miss Molinda?
4 years.
4 years? Okay, all right. Have you been to Miss Mullen's house?
Yeah.
Okay, and have you been to Miss Mullen's house before when you were in the company of Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that would be a few times or many times?
Many times.
Okay. All right, now, when Miss Mullen came to get you on Sunday, your mother was, I'm sorry, on January 14th, that was a Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now your mother wasn't home then, was she?
At work.
You just said your mother was. You just said your mother was at work, is that correct?
Yeah.
When Miss Mullen came to get you on the 14th?
Yep.
Which was a Sunday?
Yep.
Okay, to the best that you can remember, can you tell us about what time she came to get you?
About 5:30 to 6 p.m.
5:30 to 6 p.m. while your mother was at work. Okay. Where is the 11-year-old and where is the 8-year-old?
At the house.
At your house?
Yeah.
Okay, and you were supposed to be watching them while your mother was at work, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Did the 8-year-old and the 11-year-old go with you in this home?
No.
And Judge, I'm gonna object to the relevancy system. She's already testified. We're in the full term limit, so I don't understand
She
why.
said, no. Discussion.
Okay, all right. Now, while you were out with Miss Mullen, shoe shopping, let me strike that. Did she call you and tell you why she wanted to come over and see you?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you she wanted to take you out shoe shopping?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So Miss Mullen, who's not your mother, wanted to take you shoe shopping.
She,
Miss Mullen, who's not your mother, wanted to take you shoe shopping?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay. And did so while you both left the children at home?
yes.
Okay, by themselves?
Yep.
Okay, all right. And did you ever find a place where you could go shoe shopping?
I just said to shoot when I talked to Ms. Willis. I said to shoot.
Well, all right, but you had a conversation with Miss Mullen nonetheless in her car. Okay, all right. And she wanted to know if anything was wrong. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And she made some sort of a reference that she had been abused herself.
Yes.
Okay. And she wanted to know who was abusing. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, so she was the one who brought that up, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, has anyone other than Mr. Johnson ever shown you what you call porn?
Yeah.
Judge, I'm gonna object. It's not relevant.
It's not really, it's a statement. All right. Okay. Did Ms. Mullen tell you how she was abused?
Yes.
And so eventually Ms. Mullen got you to accuse Mr. Johnson, didn't she?
No.
She said that she thought you were being abused, didn't she?
No.
Okay. And she said because she had seen it in her own life. That's why she brought it up.
Yes.
While you were in the car.
Yes.
Right. And during all of this time, you never told your mother about any of these events, did you?
No.
All right. Now, your mother, Cache Stewart, has a child who is, I'm sorry.
Judge, I'm gonna object to relevance again.
I struck the question. There's nothing to do.
The council directed the comments to the court, not to each other.
Correct. Okay. I might have two more questions. I'd like to ask you, okay, about this reference having to do with the telephone and the television screen? Okay. Now, was the television on?
Yes.
The television was on during this time?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling, do I understand you that you say that Mr. Johnson used his telephone to transmit the event to the TV?
Yes.
Okay. So one of them, suppose you could watch the sex act happening on TV.
What do you mean?
Judge, again, how would she know,
Because
as to, whether to watch the sex act on either the TV, which is not the.
Well, I think that she said that he was using the phone to display what he was doing on the television.
Right.
Did you see it displayed on the television?
okay, all right. Okay, now, do you know the difference between the television showing a scene and the difference between an image being reflected on a black screen?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And do I understand you correctly that if you wanted to, you were able to see the sex act being played on TV?
That's what screen there was used.
Okay.
From to play from the device to the TV.
That's what I'm asking. All right. Now, let's get back to the shots and put here, okay? All right. When Miss Mullen came over to take you shoe shopping on the 14th, which was a Sunday afternoon, did you call your mother to ask her to go?
No.
Then you were supposed to stay there and watch children.
Judge, this has been asked and answered.
It was not. It's relevant as to what.
I think she's been put up.
I can't hear you.
I think she's been put up.
I don't really care what you think.
Okay.
My question is, how is it relevant?
Because when someone abandons a duty or responsibility to engage someone may be more ready to abandon a duty or responsibility or act suspiciously in order to engage in a scheme. A scheme wrongdoing. She has a responsibility to watch the children.
So I told her.
Okay.
So you're telling the court that you think, this is your theory, that she made up all this about having sex with her, putting his penis in her mouth, all that because she left her duty and watching the children to go shopping with his girlfriend?
That's not why. This was just part of how Ms. Mullen was.
I'm focusing on the question that you asked about her leaving the kids to go shopping. How is that relevant?
It is relevant if she was, if she had some knowledge, some knowledge of the scheme that Ms. Mullen was up to and was willing to participate in.
Let's move on, counsel. We're going to sustain the objection.
Okay, those are all the questions I have.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. You know the difference between truth and a lie. What you said today wasn't true. Did anyone tell you what to say today? Did Mr. Johnson's girlfriend Nikki put you up to saying what happened? Did she come to you with a scheme to tell you what to say? Did your mom?
Nobody.
So everything you said today, you're saying happened to you,
Yes.
and you're being truthful.
Yes.
Thank you.
How old are you again?
13.
You're amazing. Thank you very much. You can step down. Hang on one second. Stay right there, okay? Camera so that you're not viewed. Get my battery. Can you shield her on the way out, please? No.
Oh.
The other witnesses on behalf of the people.
No, Judge.
The witnesses on behalf of the defendant.
The defense has no witnesses.
People.
Judge, you had asked to find over on all counts, I believe we did hear credible testimony from the witness in regards to, first of all, indications of it. He started at 8 years of age, shortly after the parents separated, that the defendant started to show her pornography while sitting in the car in an address outside of the home that's located in Detroit. She expressly described what she saw and that she saw it numerous times. Also, we heard testimony that she was forced to perform fellatio and numerous occasions. That
Right, you
also
can just hit the finer points. You don't have to tell me what I already heard.
Right. So I believe that we've heard testimony that's credible, but Judge, in light of her testimony in regards to the pornography, and I asked the court to find probable cause on that and add 7 MCL 722.675 disseminating sexually explicit matter to a minor.
What's the statute again?
It's 722.675 disseminating sexually explicit matter to a minor. I believe we heard from credible testimony that that did happen in this case, and did happen in Detroit.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, did you have anything else?
I was just gonna ask the court to find probable cause on that extra count.
All right, Mr. Holland.
Okay. With respect to the extra count, I was, that's not, I can't say it's literally a surprise because I was aware that the allegation had been part of the case in developing.
Can you step to the podium so we can hear you?
Sure, I'd like to. Yeah. With respect to the extra count on showing sexually explicit material to a minor, I can't say that that is a surprise because it was part of the case that I've done, or part of the allegations in my research. With respect to the other allegations, that with respect to a preliminary examination and the level of probable cause, which I've explained to my client, he understands. I think that you could say that the prosecutor has established at least that level. I'm not going to say that.
Okay. I agree. The court, after hearing the testimony of the witness, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges containing original complaint and warrant, as well as the added charge of disseminating sexually explicit material to a minor. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, court finding probable cause to be disciplined. Will bind the defendant over to Lane County Third Circuit Court criminal division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 9th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
While we're still here, we do have a trial services report regarding my client's bond. Before does he have a chance to go over it, I would like to address that matter.
Go ahead.
You specifically ordered it for today, and I'm glad to see they turned it around in short order. It shows that my client has never been, that I can see, even charged with and certainly not convicted of any kind of felony or assault offense at all. He does have some driving tickets. Driving while license suspended, a few of them in Florida, a couple of and so forth. Here in Detroit. It shows that he is gainfully employed, shows he has education, he is in marital status, that being married. There's a recommendation that bond be set for limited at $500,000, which I think is excessive. My client does have a place to live. He will be living with his godson, Mr. Sean Brewer, whom I talked to extensively, who lives on Stout Street in the city of Detroit. He's gainfully employed at Tower Motors, which is recently purchased by another organization, Auto Kineton, I believe it's called, or something of that nature. Client also works part-time, close to full-time, as a certified nursing assistant in a nursing home, and he works all the time. He has they do list what they call some aliases, but all the aliases are his name. Frederick Matthew Johnson, Frederick Grant. Those aren't aliases. That's his name. Okay. And so I don't know if that was a mistake. I looked at the report or not, but just to reference that. I think $500,000 is far too much. I understand the seriousness of the charge. There is no forensic evidence, or physical evidence, no evidence of any kind other than the testimony of Mercier and Rick. And that is it, as far as we know, as far as we stand here today. I'm asking this to be reduced to $250,000, which is still a pretty big bond, but not for a man who has no assaulted conduct in his history. I understand the gravity of the offense, but there's no contact order, $1 million. I think that would be, I think any amount over that, I think would be excessive. That's what I'm asking for. For the pre-trial services, $500,000. No change. Pardon me? No change. No, right now he's on remand. Okay, so they suggested $500,000, $500,000. Okay, I am telling the board that I believe anything over $250,000, half of that would be excessive.
Judge, I haven't had an opportunity to view the trial services report, but I think if they're recommending, the bond that they are, I would be satisfied with the $500,000 bond to make sure that these released for the guests under no contact.
This court recognizes that the purpose of bond is not for punishment. The purpose of bond is to ensure that the defendant shows up in court and that he doesn't pose a danger to the community. If this witness that testified here, her testimony is to believe that this defendant is a despicable predator. And I find that her testimony was very credible, especially for her age. Very, very credible witness. So not only do I look at the likelihood of imposing the danger to the community or being a fight risk, I can also look to the likelihood of conviction. And I think the likelihood of conviction here, based on the testimony I heard, although I haven't heard the entire trial, and I haven't heard any evidence proffered by the defendant, but it looks like the likelihood of conviction is great. So I give no regard to him having a place to live, because his place to live, if the testimony bears out like I think it will be with the Michigan Department of Corrections, as well as his work. You won't have to worry about a job. The court is not inclined to reduce it to even $500,000. I think remand bond is appropriate. Then it will be remanded to the custody of the county sheriff.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, the 11:30 gonna be a waiver.
Okay.
More.
Let me have Mr. Moore, Mr. Davis.
One more.
How you doing there, Mr. Davis?
Doing well, Judge. How are you?
All right. Appreciate your patience, sir. Ernest Moore. You just seen Mr. Moore earlier today. Calling case 2455051, people of the state of Michigan versus Ernest Guy Moore. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct of first degree during felony Count 2, unlawful imprisonment. Count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. It has an additional in the court offense notice mandatory 25-year sentence. Variances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake, for people, number 60249.
And I feel Your Honor, Mercier is P76203 through Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore.
Let me get you guys to sign the waiver form. What's your pleasure, Mr. Davis, for the record?
Your Honor, I'm going to my client's right to have a preliminary exam at this time, debate the exam on the circuit court.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got it? Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving and saying that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Lake County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with Mike Moore. You understand that? Yes. You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Go ahead, sir. Yes. You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit that was probably plausibly committed. Yes. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? No. Does anyone promise you? No. Are you waiving your right freely, voluntarily? Yes. Any objection from the people?
No objection.
Court finds defendant's waivers made knowingly and voluntarily freely given the court, and therefore binding the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date, and time will be February 9th, 2024 at 9 o'clock. Sure.
I would ask the court to please address to the defendant in that all. I say to the court that he has been threatening her or overtly coercing her to take part in conversations and no contact.
Sir, I don't know if you've been having contact with the complaining witness in this matter or not, but there's only one way the prosecutor will be able to come to court to tell me that you can call. That's it, the complaining witness. That's told. You're making things bad for yourself, sir. You are to have no contact with the complaining witness in this matter by way of you yourself personally, any third party, any social media, text message, voicemails, nothing. You understand? All right. Make sure you don't. I'm going to continue.
Thank you, Mr. One yard, sir.
Okay, we are in recess until 1:30, I believe, right?
Your Honor, we have one more case.
Come on.
Oh, who we got?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, Ms. White. I'm sorry, Ms. White, Mr. King. Come on, down. I'm sorry. Come on. Ms. White, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. Carlos Atkins, calling case 2360281, People of the State of Michigan versus Carlos Allen Atkins. He is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 4, criminal sexual conduct, third degree, force or coercion. Count 5, criminal sexual conduct, third degree, force or coercion. Count 6, unlawful imprisonment. Count 7, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 8, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 9, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 10, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 11, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 12, malicious destruction of personal property, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Count 13, malicious destruction of building, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Count 14, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 15, interfering with primary court. Count 16, domestic violence. And has additional second offense. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. APA Larry King for the people, P78774.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Oral Watt, here on behalf of Mr. Atkins, P41508.
Designated time set for preliminary examination of the witness.
People are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the witness?
I have one witness.
They call you witness.
Your Honor, I would call Louis. I will probably butcher her name, but she is present. I'm going to ask your court. I already asked your court staff. They want to retrieve the DAM. DAMILO. OLUWOL.
I just said it's
Now, please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone when you to your left, okay? Pull the microphone down to your mouth. You may begin when you're ready.
Ma'am, could you state your first and last name for the record and make sure that we have it spelled correctly as well?
I'm Damilola, Damilola. Last name is Oluwole, OLUWOLE.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you know a person named Carlos Atkins?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known the person?
5 months.
As of today, 5 months?
No, 7 months.
7 months as of today?
Yes.
And what is your relationship with him?
My husband.
When did you become married to Mr. Atkins?
September 16th,
Of which year?
2023. 23.
And the person that you know as Mr. Atkins, your spouse, do you see him present in court?
Yes.
Could you tell the court where he is seated and what he's wearing?
He's wearing a green shirt and white inside.
Will the record reflect the identification of the defendant, Your Honor?
So noted.
So, ma'am, did you and the defendant live together at any point in time?
Yes, we did.
When did you move in with him?
He moved in with me actually.
And when was that?
In August, July 2023.
And where is that address located? Where did you live with him?
9639 Greenfield Road.
Is that within Detroit?
Yes.
And ma'am, I want to talk with you about November 27th through to December 2nd of last year, 2023. What was your relationship like with the defendant prior to November 27th?
He'd been emotionally abusive for a bit, and he confessed to cheating on me, and I didn't fight him for that.
So during the course of your marriage, did you two have consensual intercourse? Did you have consensual sex?
Yes, we did.
When was the last time that you had consensual sex?
After Thanksgiving.
So would that have been before the events that bring us to court?
Yes.
So I want to draw your attention to November 29th of 2023. Where were you on that day?
In the house.
Did you work at that time?
Yeah, I woke in the morning and I went back home after work.
What time do you think you got home?
Say 4 p.m.
And was the defendant home when you arrived?
No, he had gone to work, but he came back afterwards.
And what time about did he arrive?
Say like 10.
Now, Did you end up going to, did you go to bed that evening, the 29th?
Say that again.
Did you go to bed that evening?
Yes,
And was the defendant home when you went to bed?
yes, it was.
And whereabouts in the apartment did you sleep?
In the living room, we have a mattress in the living room and one in the bedroom for my stepson. So yeah, the one in the living room, that's where I slept.
And when you went to sleep, who was home?
Just me and him.
Was your stepson there?
No,
So did he go to sleep at some point in time, to your knowledge?
say that again.
Did he go to sleep before you?
No, I did before.
So how many bedrooms are in this apartment?
One bedroom and one living room.
And is it typical for you to sleep in the living room?
Yes,
And where did Mr. Atkins typically sleep this time?
in the living room.
With you?
Yes.
So did something out of the ordinary happen? Well, when you were asleep, were you awoken?
Yes.
What woke you up?
He said he saw somebody coming out the apartment and that the person came to see me.
When you say he, who's he?
Carlos.
And where are you at this time?
I was in bed.
And where is he?
He was on the couch.
Where in relation to the living room bed is the couch?
Close to the window.
And when he was asking you these questions about the person that he saw, how was he acting?
He sounded mad.
What made you think he sounded mad?
Because he kept going on and on. Even when I stopped talking, he kept saying that I should tell him the truth, who the person was. And I said he wanted trouble, I was just gonna go to sleep, that I don't know who he was talking about.
And what happened when you said that? What was the next thing that happened?
He came over to the bed and put me in a chokehold with his arm.
So when you say put you in a chokehold with his arm, you kind of did something with your right arm. Would you agree that you just took your right arm and put it around your neck so your neck and elbow are aligned? Is that what you just did?
Yeah, that's what he did.
And is that what he did to you?
Yeah,
And where were you when this happened?
I was in bed.
And where was he when this happened?
He was in bed with me.
Can you tell us about how the two of you were positioned?
I was laying on my side at the edge of the bed, and then he came to the other edge and knelt on the bed and used the hands to put it underneath my neck and then held it.
So if you're on your side on the bed, does he come to the side where you're facing or the side where your back is facing?
The side where my back is.
And did he apply pressure with his arm?
Yeah, I told him it was hurting me and he should take the hands off. But he didn't stop until I started wheezing.
Okay. Were you able to breathe normally?
No.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
Took his hands off and started having sex with me.
Well, I want to talk about that a little bit. So his arm is around your neck, correct?
Yeah.
Does his arm leave your neck before the sexual intercourse?
Yes, he took his hands off and at this time I was already flipped over. I was laying facing up this time around and asking why he was doing that, like stop strangling me, it hurts, I can't breathe and all, and
so when you're face up on the bed, where in relation to you is he? Where is he positioned?
Now his leg was over, like open over me, like laying on top of me.
So he had one leg on each
side. Yeah.
So am I causing the feedback? No. And where were his hands at that time?
And choking me again.
So when you say he started choking you again, as he's on top of you, what exactly is he doing?
Was having sex with me.
So what were you wearing at this time?
We go to bed naked, so I had nothing on.
And was he also naked?
Yes.
Now, I know it's a little bit much to go through, but when you say having sex with me, what part of his body was in contact with what part of your body?
His penis was in my vagina.
And did you tell him to stop?
Yes, I did.
And did he stop?
No.
And were his hands on your neck during the sexual intercourse?
Yeah, I think about he choked me, and when I started wheezing for air, he takes his hands off and he
Now,
and then he puts it back.
so how did this end? How did the intercourse and the choking at this point in time end?
He stopped.
When he stopped, what's the next thing you remember happening?
I told him I needed to go take a shower because he had spat wine all over me.
When did he spit the wine out?
When he came over to the bed, before he started choking me and all.
Now, during that interaction, you mentioned that his penis was inside your vagina. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did any other sexual act occur between the two of you? Did any other part of his body enter?
No.
Did there ever come a time during this interaction when he ceased the penetration? When he stopped penetrating you?
No.
So you had mentioned that this interaction stopped. Did he ejaculate?
I don't know.
You went where?
I went to the bathroom.
And what was he doing at that?
Oh, he followed me to the bathroom.
Was he saying?
Can you say that again?
Was he saying anything to you?
Yeah.
What was he saying to you?
He said I was lying and that I'm cheating and I feel like I'm perfect. I'm not perfect and I need to perfect life.
So do you make it to the bathroom? Do you make it into the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
And what's the next thing that happens?
He pushed me in the tub, told me to take a shower. I did, and then he left, came back and said what was I doing in there for that long? So I came out, went back in bed, and
So when you say he pushed you into the tub, what specifically?
he used his hand to show me in, like getting clothes.
And you cleaned out into the shower?
Yes, I did.
How long were you in the bathroom before you re-entered the bathroom? Do you know?
I don't remember.
Now, you left the bathroom and went to bed, correct?
Yes.
And he was also still there in the house?
Yes, it was.
Why not attempt to leave the home?
I thought he was fine, like he had calmed down from the whole thing. That's why I get him.
And did you try to call for help or call the police?
Yes, well, when I came back from the bathroom, he resumed strangling me and another round of sex again. And I said to Siri to call 911, but that didn't work. And I started screaming for the neighbors to do something.
So I want to break that down a little bit. So you exit the bathroom, you go where?
To the living room bed.
And where is he?
He was in the living room.
And did he make any physical contact with you at that point?
Yes.
What specifically did he do in the living room after you exited the bathroom?
I laid down in bed, he came and knelt over me again, and he asked me to tell him the truth, and I insisted that I wasn't cheating. Then he spat on me and slapped me and said that I was lying, and he started having sex with me again.
Now, when you say he started having sex with you, what, if anything, of his body contacted what part of your body?
His penis in my vagina.
What did you do when he did that? What did you do?
I started struggling, and when I was trying to push him away, he knelt, changed position and knelt on my arm. And
did you ever ask him to stop?
yes, I did.
And how did he react to that?
He didn't stop. He was smiling at me.
Now, you had mentioned previously that there was more, what you said, more strangulation. When did that come to place?
While he was having sex with me, he kept strangling me, and again, he only stopped when I was wheezing for air, and this time when he was done having sex with me, I begged him that I just wanted to sleep, and then I told him to go home, and he got mad, made a fist, and like he was gonna punch me. But then he hit the couch. So
I want to stop you there because this began with me asking the question about you attempting to call for help. Did you attempt to call for help during that interaction?
yes, I did.
What specifically did you do to attempt to call for help?
I was talking to my phone. I said, hey Siri, call 911.
And what, if anything, did the defendant do?
Turn the phone off.
Turn the phone off?
Yes.
How did he do that?
The phone was sitting on the table, so he stood up and turned the phone off. And when he was done, he pushed me out of bed, told me to go to the bedroom to sleep. So I went to the bedroom and then I heard things crashing and.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So he had stopped the attack via physical via, he's left the room, correct?
Yes.
So you're in the living room and he is now in the bedroom?
Yeah.
Do you have possession of a phone at this time?
No.
Well, what happened to your phone?
It had the phone.
Did you attempt to leave the apartment? Did you try to get out?
Yeah.
What did you do to try to get out?
He came from the living room to the bedroom and I had things crashing. And the next thing I knew, he threw the phone at me. And then I figured my phone was broken. So I grabbed the dress from the drawer. He went to pee in the bathroom.
So let's talk about that. So you are in the bedroom and you said you heard things crash.
Yeah.
Were you able to kind of ascertain where these sounds were coming from?
No.
Was anyone else in the apartment at this time?
No.
When did you exit the bedroom at some point in time?
Yes, I did.
And where was he when you exited the bedroom?
He was in the bathroom.
So he's in the bathroom, you come out of the bedroom. Do you see anything that is different in the home from that last time you saw it?
No.
Did you see any damage?
Just the hole on the wall that he made with my phone while he broke it.
So I want to go back to the throwing of the phone. What room did that take place?
In the bedroom.
So you were in the bedroom, right? Does he come into the room?
Yes.
Is that before or after after you hear the crashing sounds?
After I heard the crashing sound,
How long?
immediately,
So you hear the crashing sounds, and then he comes into the room, right?
yeah,
And what happens with the phone?
he threw the phone at me.
And does the phone hit you?
Yes, on my head,
On your head? Where on your head?
right here.
And for the record, she pointed to the middle of her forehead, Your Honor.
So no,
So did you have any, did it hurt you at all, injury?
At that point, I didn't feel anything. I just wanted to get out.
Now, you mentioned a hole in the walls, correct?
Yes,
Where was that?
by the closet,
And how did that hole come to be?
he smashed my phone on the floor.
Into the wall?
Yes,
Now, this apartment, you had it previously to be married to Mr. Atkins,
yes,
and whose name was on the lease?
my cousin,
And did you have a agreement with your cousin to be living there?
yes,
Was Mr. Atkins ever on a lease, or
no,
did you end up having to pay for damages to the apartment?
yes, I did.
And were the damages that you paid for related to the incident that we're talking about at court today?
Yes,
So was there anything aside from the hole?
yes,
When did those damages come from?
when I left to get help.
So we'll get to that, okay? So we started on the 29th, right? And we talked about the incident in the living room, going to the bathroom, going back to the living room, and going to the bedroom ultimately. Does that all happen on the same day?
Yeah,
How long is it between when this started in the bed in the living room up until the point that we're at now, where there's a hole in the bedroom? How long of a period of time would you say?
the same night.
The same night, but are we talking minutes, hours, many hours, a couple hours? Do you have any estimation at all?
I have no explanation.
So the phone is thrown, the hole is made. What is the next thing that happens?
So I grabbed the dress from my door and I made it to the living room door. I opened the door and he heard the door opening, so he ran after me.
Okay, so you have this dress. Are you wearing the dress or just holding it?
I was just holding it.
And you're nude
Yeah, I was naked.
with the dress in your hand, and you make it from the bedroom to the living room door. How far is that?
Just a few steps.
And there's a lock on the living room door, correct?
Yes.
So when you turn that lock, what's the next thing you remember?
He came and held me by my hand, so I sat on the floor, on the hallway floor.
So he held you by your hands, how?
My wrist. And he told me to get back inside.
And what happened after that?
I didn't get back inside, and
You did or did not?
I don't know why he let me go, but I started to run away.
And how long was he in the hallway holding your hands?
A few minutes.
And what, if anything, was he saying during the time?
Get back inside.
And do you recall how you got away from him?
Yeah,
How did you get away from him?
I crawled up the hallway for a bit, like to the neighbor's door, then stood up and started running.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
I went outside and I got to my car. I was confused. I started to just drive off. I didn't know where I was going. So,
Where did you go?
where I used to be before,
Where's that? Just generally.
still Detroit.
somewhere else in the city?
Yeah,
About how far away were you from the house?
like 6 minutes.
And what did you do next?
I drove back to the house and I drove back to my area. There is a gas station right beside my house. So I drove to the gas station and spoke to the attendant to use their phone to call the police so they could get him out of the apartment for me.
So you drove to a gas station and used the phone?
Yeah,
And when was that in relation to all this? Was it the same night? Was it a different night?
same night.
And what happened next?
The police got there to me at the gas station and they followed me to the apartment. So he went in from the front door.
And were you with them when they entered the apartment?
Yeah, I went through the back door because the room is closed, my house is closer to the back door still.
But you entered the home at the same time or nearly the same time as the police?
Yes.
And was the defendant home? Was he still there?
Yeah, he was still there.
And where was he?
He was in the bedroom because I'd seen his car running, was turned on. So I think he looked through the window and saw me and then he broke the window.
You saw him break the window?
Yes,
Okay, where were you when you
I
saw
was in the car,
Okay, and which window was this?
the bedroom window.
Did you see him do anything else?
No, because I couldn't see.
But you entered the home, correct? And the police are there, right?
Yeah.
And do you notice anything different or out of place?
Yeah, I went upstairs to be sure that the police was there because I was confused. They didn't come with me through the back door. So I got upstairs and then I saw the living room door was open and it was glass everywhere. The couch was turned upside down. The TV was on the floor. The whole place was just.
Was anybody else home beside the defendant?
No,
Okay, what happened next?
I just asked why he did that.
And what's the next thing that happened?
They took him away.
And were there damages to the apartment that you had to pay for?
Yeah.
Specifically, what was damaged?
The window was damaged. It had sprinkled consoles all over the walls. He poured some coke on the mattress. And I don't know how he made more holes in the wall. But there were more holes in the wall than what I had left when I ran out.
How much did you pay to repair things, not things in the apartment, but the walls and the window and the actual apartment? How much did that cost you?
$570.
$570?
Yeah.
And you said the mattress was damaged?
Yeah.
Was that a mattress that you owned before you were married?
Yes.
And was anything else damaged?
Yes.
What else was damaged?
My TV was damaged.
And was that a TV that you owned before you were married?
Yes.
How much did you have to spend to either replace or repair the items?
I don't recall.
You have an estimate of how much was it? Did you give us an estimated price range? What kind of TV was it?
What?
What kind of TV was it?
A video with 5 inches.
Flat screen?
Yeah.
And what size was the mattress?
It's a queen size.
And did it have to be replaced?
Yes.
Was there ever a time between the first incident that you described and the time that the police arrived where you were in the home without the defendant?
No.
was there ever a time where any did you ever do anything to try to defend yourself during any of this?
Yes,
What did you do?
I picked up the kitchen knife.
So when did you do that? When did you pick up the kitchen? Give us kind of an idea.
After this, the second time he had sex with me.
And you were in which room of the home?
I picked up the kitchen knife from the living room and went to the bedroom to lay down.
So this is after the second sexual intercourse when you went to the bedroom?
Yeah.
And you were in the bedroom alone for a minute, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So does anything happen with this knife?
Oh, he went and got another knife, so I gave that to him because I didn't want to use it.
So he went and got another knife?
Yeah.
What type of knife?
Another kitchen knife.
So you're in the bedroom and he
Came to me and I told him if he touches me again, I was gonna use the knife. And
what did he do?
He went and got another knife and said if I wanted violence, he was gonna give it to me. So I told him I didn't want none of that and I gave him the knife.
When he had that other knife, what was he doing with it?
He came close to me.
Were you afraid?
Yes, that's why I gave him my own knife.
Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Oluwale. You've indicated that this all happened on November the 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you testified that on November 29th, you had gone to work, correct?
Yeah.
And that Mr. Atkins had also gone to work that day, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you've indicated that you at one point leave the apartment and you go out to the hallway.
Yeah.
And you've indicated that Mr. Atkins tells you not to leave or to come back into the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Does he ever leave the apartment?
I left him there.
Okay, so he's inside of the apartment when he says that to you?
No, it was outside. It was in front of the door.
Okay. And after he says that, after you say he says that, what do you do?
Run.
You run. And you run out of the building and out to your car?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that you're having this conversation, or Mr. Atkins tells you not to leave, is it your testimony that you're still in the apartment or you're in the hallway?
I'm in the hallway.
And is it your testimony that Mr. Atkins is in the hallway also?
Yes.
And in response to him making that statement to you, you run off?
Yes.
Does Mr. Atkins follow you out to the car?
No.
And you've indicated that you drive to a gas station, talk to an attendant, and call the police, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I asked this witness to be excused.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, the people would move to bind over some of the counts, Your Honor. People move for bind over of counts 1 and 2, criminal sexual conduct, in the first degree, penetration, into vaginal opening during the commission of another felony, the other felony being strangulation. This complaining witness testified that twice she was forcibly sexually penetrated against her will, and during those penetrations, the defendant strangled her, causing her to have to wheeze and struggle for breath. I would also move to bind over as to count 6, unlawful imprisonment. This complaining witness was in such fear that she ran from the home naked. And when she got to the door to turn the lock, her testimony was the sound of the lock caused the defendant to come out and grab her by her wrists in an attempt to prevent her from leaving. She was restrained, knowingly restrained by the defendant, who kept her in a position of relative unsafety as she was trying to get to a position of more safety. She was trying to get out to get help, and he actively prevented that for a period of time. I would also move for count 7 and 8, assault by strangulation, as well as counts 12 and 13. 12 being for the damaged furniture. Your Honor, we're talking about a queen-size mattress and a 55-inch TV. I think the logical inference to value on those items can be made, and that would exceed $1,000.
I'm sorry, you said count 6, what was that? Count 6 would be the
Count 6 and 7, yeah, sorry, count 6, 7, and 8. 7 and 8. 12. And 13 regarding the damage to the apartment, Your Honor.
Was she able to testify as to the amount of the phone?
She was not able to testify as to the amount of the phone. She did testify as to the amount of damage to the dwelling, being having to pay over $500 to repair the dwelling. So it may be.
You're moving to bind over on count 12, that involves.
That involves the phone as well as other personal belongings, Your Honor. I would say that there was also testimony on the record today that a 55-inch television, 55-inch, she did not give us the value of that. And again, I will say she did testify that it was a 55-inch flat screen television and a queen-size mattress, both of which were damaged to the point where they had to be replaced. I would ask this board, as is permitted at the preliminary exam, to make the logical inference that the combined value of a queen-size mattress as well as a 55-inch TV would be in excess of $1,000.
I don't know if I can do that.
Your Honor, I will do that to Your Honor. I will say that, the court is, I'm sure the court is aware of the logical inferences soundly based upon the evidence are available at exam. If Your Honor does not feel that the evidence rises to that level, I would still ask that Your Honor find over on a reduced count of malicious destruction of personal property, some amount less than $200, as we can definitely agree that those items had a value of something.
I can agree to that, but as far as it being $1,000 or less than $2,000, we would be asking this court to make a presumption on one of the essential elements that you have to show. I don't think that would be proper.
I appreciate the position of the court. I also would move to bind over on the felonious assault as charged in count 14. He threw a cellular phone at her head, Your Honor. It struck her in the head. He used this implement as a dangerous weapon. The misdemeanor counts of interfering with crime reported domestic violence do not need to be
argued at this time they would travel with the bound over counselor, Your Honor, to agree with my positions. I would also add to Ben account of felonious assault with a knife. She did state that as she was in the bedroom, he came into the bedroom with a knife, displayed the knife, and put her in fear to the point where she felt she needed to turn her own knife over to the defendant. She testified that he made threatening statements to her. That would be the argument of people in this case, Judge.
Ms. White?
You made my argument for me, Your Honor. Those would have been the counts that I would have asked be dismissed. I don't think count 14 has to be amended because it says knife. It says felonious assault with a dangerous weapon to wit knife. And I would agree that.
Are you asking for an additional count beyond that, Mr. King?
I'm asking for 2 counts of FA, a FA with the phone being thrown at her head.
So
And
you want to add the FA with the phone?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I hadn't noted in here that it was charged as the phone, and I was adding the knife. I got that transposed.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just looking at. Your Honor, I would agree that the accounts that the prosecution has conceded should be dismissed. I agree that 12 should be, we can't place a value on that item, so I would agree that 12 should not be bound over as charged. I guess the only remaining issue would be the amendment of felonious assault with the phone. My only argument would be that there is a DV in count 16, which I thought encompassed throwing of the phone. And so, Your Honor, I have no further argument.
Okay, so as it relates to the felonious assault with the phone, because that requires an additional element of being with a dangerous weapon being the phone, the manner in which it was used. The court feels the testimony supports that as well. So the court will bind over on count 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15, 16, and count 12 is as amended, malicious destruction of personal property less than $200. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit will bind the defendant over to May County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. The arraignment on the information date and time will be February 9th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Counts 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, and 11 will be dismissed for insufficient evidence. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. You said February 9th?
Yes.
This way.
I need to dismiss the rest of those counts.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Am I wrong?
Mr. King, can you give me a extension to the 200, less than 200?
Yeah, you can pull it right now, Judge. I'll file
Okay.
it. As soon as we get a certain case number, I'll file it with information.
Okay, so I want to make sure that you see, like, this is the order. Other, okay. So, okay, so, 3.
3, 4, 5, 9, 10, and 11.
Just a second, Judge, I'm waiting through my computer to pull that statute side. So your malicious destruction less than 200?
Yes.
Personal property. So it's MCL 750 377A. Rent 1, rent D is the case.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to take off. I am being requested elsewhere.
All right.
We'll speak with others.
Okay, look
I'm
at
good with
this, this
this.
is what I'm filling out.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Judge. You have a good weekend as well. We'll see you next time.
All right.
Okay, I don't have a case in front of me. I don't know if you guys case. I have a CPN number.
Well, it's gonna be in recess until 2 o'clock. Yeah, yeah. It's locked.
So happy it's Friday.
I heard that a couple of times today.
So nice.
How your niece doing?
Well, she's studying her little self.
Little stress over there, she a little
Yeah.
stress.
That's why, what's going on? All these rape cases.
Hey,
I heard about 3 or 4 today. And on the children.
yeah, children.
That was
We're
her,
on the loose women out there, why we gotta mess with the bank?
and this was his actual daughter, right?
No, no, that wasn't the daughter, it was like,
No, the one earlier you were hearing, with the young lady,
with Mr.
Johnson, Johnson was his name.
Stepdaughter. Oh, stepdaughter.
But that was his stepdaughter?
Stepdaughter. Yeah.
Okay.
His kids were her half brothers.
Well, this one's probably going to trial. This one might end up going to trial, because it started off, she was held hostage from November the 27th to December 1st, if you read the police report. She was held hostage for 4 days. And then I told the prosecutor, I said, they went to work every day during that period. And then when she came in here today, it was just a 1-day event. Look at the police report.
Oh, okay.
She was held hostage for 4 days.
But that other one, like, Judge, I didn't see all of it on the Johnson case. Did the stepmother or his girlfriend report this?
Yeah, it was a girlfriend. It was his new
Oh,
girlfriend.
Good for her, good for her.
Yeah,
She was looking out for that.
yeah.
Yeah, good for her.
She probably, she said she recognized her behavior or
Yeah.
something made her like question the girl.
And she took her out for some shoes and had a little one-on-one with her. That's good for her. Somebody outside of, get involved. I thought she was going to see her her mom. I thought that was her dad.
That happens too now, but not.
I know, but I thought that's what this was.
Yeah. Why was his bottom out? Why was his naked behind out? Why was that?
Today?
He's been like that every time he came to court.
I'm trying to think you get some type of pleasure.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. So it looks like it's gonna be all this for nothing because we tried to bridge the gap here because we have to pay it. Then we tried to follow up with the grid to have them appear to be able to say, well, no, we have to still be there. Right, until that happens.
Correct. Yes, I believe that the complaining witness isn't here anyway, after the effort to try and contact her. So I was just gonna ask if I could make this appearance and do the dismissal. I have tried contacting Mr. Charles Edwards Center through Mr. Reed, who handles the support and attorney stuff. But every time I call, it goes straight to voicemail. So I don't know if he's on lunch or what's going on. But I just don't, for judicial economy. I would hope for, I can just waive his appearance, but I understand, better position the court has.
Leave it to Lane Hiss. David Riley the second. This is case 1259865. People versus David Riley Daniel the second, also known as Montel Smith. And it was charged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct 434 or for urging. Count 2 criminal sexual conduct 434 or for urging. And it has a list of the second. Please do appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, to your staff, Carolyn Solari, P number H6651 for people.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor. This is the girl with the Advanced Offender Service on behalf of David Daniel, P86432.
So my understanding is that Mr. Daniel, that in the Michigan Department of Corrections, we tried to get rid of here for today's hearing. Those efforts for whatever reason, said we would give them enough time or whatever the case may be. So then we tried to do so 5 ways. Video of this, that didn't work out either. Are people otherwise ready to proceed?
Your Honor, if people are not ready to proceed, the victim should be in Mills aware of today's the hearing for today, the exam. I be diligent efforts to get contact with the personal honestly and via email, as well as my officer in charge, who is behind me, Officer Tatiana Walton, and she's not present today. We are unable to proceed out.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask to waive Mr. Daniel's presence and dismiss this case.
I noticed that this case has a little bit of age on it too. It's from 2012.
Yes, sir.
2011. All right, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I need to dismiss the order. Well, folks, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time.
you, do you have to? You signed it on the food reps. Okay, I just didn't improperly fill it out.
I have it,
Do you?
125. Let me.
Oh, wait, I'm crossing. You guys are-
Practice her signature. I'm like, I'm not trying to be thick, that's. Thank you so much, Jack.
Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, you too. Sure.
Where?